Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, hello and welcome. Hello, Strawberry, and hello, Cosmic Yin. Thank you for tuning in and joining us for the first time. Um, Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. My Team SNES mate and girlfriend, Eren, and my friend Rayn. Our first time playing Endwalker. We've been going at this kind of slow, but today we have finally arrived and are going to be working, to answer Strawberry's question, working to complete the level 88 quest line of Endwalker. So we are super close to the end, not quite there, but we're going to be getting through the entirety of that tonight, and then we will have only the 89 and 90 quest line. Cosmic, to answer your question, my screen art, my starting soon screen was done by my roommate. He's a little bit of an artist, so he's done all of my loading screen art and stuff. So, I hope you enjoy that. That there he is there, Severin Lux. So, anyway, yeah, the goal for tonight is for me, Eren, and Rayn. Go ahead and jump into Discord here, and we'll get everybody over. First, we have Rayn. Hello, Rayn.
Yo.
And then we have Eren. Hello, Eren.
Hello.
So, alright, so yeah, we're, the goal for today, as I said, is to get through the 88 quest line. I've done my research. It's only 10 quests, and there is no dungeon or trial or anything, so it's just story. So after the insanity and how it ended last week, I'm really curious to see where it goes now. Like Rayn the next day, because he had to rush out the door to go to bed for work. Like the first thing he sent to me the next day was just like, "Holy crap, dude! The story last night." So,
Speaking of, so I already ran here before I remembered that it's instanced. I'm in instance 2.
well, hopefully now that you're part of the party, we'll just end up in whatever instance you're in.
That would be nice.
Wait, does that mean I missed the end of Elpis? Yes, you did, Strawberry. So, you missed the end of Elpis. We are going back to talk to Kryl in the Baldessian Annex to figure out where we go from here. But it is up on YouTube. I do have the video uploaded, so if you would like to see the other half of that, it's up on YouTube. And the joy is you can just kind of fast forward through that one as you so desire. Alright, so... Oh, before I do this, Rayn, I have something for you. Since, you mentioned you didn't have it, apparently.
Oh.
Now you have a melon.
Indeed.
But try listening to answers in its entirety. I want to know how it hits now. I know, right? It was definitely...
Wait, what?
Wait, are you sitting there saying that you had it the whole time?
No, I picked it up last night.
Oh!
Wait, what?
It was super
what is
cheap
this?
on the market board.
What do you guys mean, a melon?
Do you have the Allegan Melon Minion?
I don't even know what an Allegan melon minion is.
Well, you're in luck, because I do, now.
What does it look like?
A watermelon? Just a big...
Watermelon.
Just a big round watermelon?
Okay.
Put me in instance 1.
Where is you?
Probably...
I'm in instance 2 at the quest.
You're at the quest. Okay, meet me outside.
But yeah, answers hit so much harder now. Yes, it does.
I don't have a melon.
Well, you're gonna get an Allegan Melon.
It's just a watermelon?
It's just a watermelon ball that apparently, like, when you interact with it, it actually breaks into pieces or something like that.
What?
It's quite interesting to find out that it was actually a freaking minion.
Yep. Yeah, Answers does hit so much harder now. That whole thing, the sundering,
Agreed.
the split, the whole freaking thing, just as a whole, hits so much differently now, knowing essentially the events that led up to it. I mean, it was one thing to hear about what happened. It was another thing to actually gain more knowledge and more insight as to what led up to it. So it's very interesting. So I even think I put it in the video description. It's like I was pretty silent through everything that was going on, but mentally I think I was screaming. Because I was like, oh my god, I want to say something, but I don't want to miss detail. Alright, so
Alright.
level
Now we go
88, As the Heavens Burn.
I don't know how to make it do stuff.
I don't know
I have
either.
a
You'd have
watermelon chasing me.
ask Sev. So, have you learned out more of the final days? Oh, you have no idea. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and the why of it, Alizé and Alphino had been traveling all over. All of the regions they visited, Locus Amones is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Yustola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Heidelin in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tatcher and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortunal to the people of Radzat Han. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alizé, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now? The final days have come to Garlemald. Fuck my days. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were set to rendezvous with Master Fortunal. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Strife. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully, Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Oh boy!
And with that, I already have to take a moment.
Okay. Well,
I'm gonna go ahead and teleport. Hopefully it doesn't shoot us into a cutscene right away. But I will BRB.
Alright. So, Garlemald. Want to ride me, Eren? I mean, my teleport?
Oh, it looks like it's an individual instance.
I'm an instance too.
Well, I'm an instance too also.
Oh.
Help his instance.
Son of a bitch, I gotta do this as a sage. This is not gonna be good. Alright, so... Alright, we'll give it a quick minute and wait for Rayn to get back. And this will give me a chance to get coffee, so...
Okay.
Be right back, guys.
Malcolm.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome
All
back.
right. Well, you're back in time to realize that we had to break party.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. So I'll go ahead and disband and.
In that case, I'm switching to Dancer because there's no way in hell I'm doing this as a black mage.
All right. Good luck, everybody. Strife, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Glacies that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Upon departing the Magna Glacies, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points in the event that you are defeated. You will be able to try again for the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Oh boy. Just that context alone makes Strawberry's comment of "have fun" seems so much more ominous. Earlier on the Magna Glacies. Are we going to be assuming the role of somebody else, or is this the lead up to what happened? Run!
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not of the same moon we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
Well, Mr. Anti-Fighter?
How? Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Go with Stinian, man.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees.
Oh,
Let us be about it.
I'm not too thrilled with this.
Interesting.
Dun, dun, dun.
As you wish.
Okay.
Not great.
As you wish, my little lord. Ah, so whether I wanted to or not, I'm having to play a sage. God damn it. Ah.
Skill called Level Lure Diagnosis. And, okay. Sure.
Whether or not any of us wanted to play Sage, we're having to do this. Alright, good luck!
Our commander needs attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
You idiots.
Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now. Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Ooh, you're a big one. Now you see why I said have fun. A grief of potting.
Well, nevertheless, this is kind of cool.
Ow.
What's in the middle of a roulette? Don't you do that to me now.
And I failed.
Oh yeah, it is very cool, I love it, but it can be a pain.
That was fun.
Jeez, just fucking getting slap happy on him.
I know, right? Oh
Okay.
boy.
Alright, I think I made it through the first part. Shield your eyes, children! There's breasts among us!
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Uh-oh. Well then. Calm down.
Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Is he back?
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So,
Oh,
you
the cat.
recovered then?
time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! That I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Hey, there are people that want to live too.
Oh,
Graha Nalze.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Overachiever!
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Alright. Playing as the best twin.
Ooh, that was fun.
Let's give them a show. Come on. Let's go, Alizé.
Ooh.
Love it, love it, love it.
It's good shit.
Ooh. Big boy. Ooh, ouch, that hurt. See if I care. I won't back down.
not done yet.
Yeah. Come on. Oh boy. Yeah! No!
Oh, yeah.
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
Oh, that was awesome.
Oh! Oh, I think I might have finished. That was glorious.
That was amazing.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Oh! Cheap shot! Fucking Graha!
Get out of here! Quick!
Graha, pull out the paladin!
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Ooh, Graha getting angry.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Speaking of, don't I look like a sexy bitch? I'm back. You've done well on my asses. This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen. God, there's so many good choices. Oh. I'm going with the last one. I gotta be comedic on this one.
I can look after myself, you know.
Where have I heard that before?
Everything's in order, I trust?
As much order as can be found in the chaos that is this.
I've had enough rabble. Come on!
Strolling while autocorrect. Oh, a trio for the ages. Grahard, why do you sound like you're enjoying this?
I'm gonna take a guess and say he is.
Just the beginning.
Ooh, this is getting interesting.
I'm back, bitches! Ooh. Oh, hey, Alphino! Hey!
This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Ah, clever girl.
Boy, am I glad I went dancer.
So far I haven't had much issue with the Sage.
That's good.
At the very least, I know my shit.
That's true. I mean, I know my shit is a black mage as well, but...
Didn't want to
I like how it says in the incoming battle you will fight as an English character. Like,
Eren is doing good. Well, I guess that depends on... Are you asking how she's doing in game or how she's doing in life?
yeah, I guess that's a major question. In life, I can finally get up, move, and breathe and not have to stop and catch my breath, so that's a plus. Downside, I can only taste peanut butter and a tiny bit of cinnamon. Otherwise, I don't have anything to taste still, which really sucks. I never thought I'd miss things so much. I can't smell anything, and that's totally fine. I could care less about smelling stuff. Whatever. I can't smell random flowers anyways because I'm allergic to a random flower. And actually a lot of things that involve pollen.
Duty complete.
Game-wise, I originally failed and because I screwed up. So I'm playing catch up.
And it dropped me an instance 1.
I'm still in a fight. So I
That's
don't know where I'll be.
That was fun. I gotta go back. I gotta go back and watch that cutscene again and see if there's a different response to. This is why you never skip your squat regiment.
I like peanut butter, so only being able to taste peanut butter stuff, not really a bad
You
decision.
must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Charlian
All sorts
is
of
most
pretty
appreciated.
colors.
But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
In the most passive-aggressive way possible.
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey and beyond to new horizons.
Leave the healing to you.
Come to old Charlian. Please.
I'm a white mage. That's fucking rude. Yeah, you are in my
We would be
debt.
fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Oh, I'm in instance 2. Or
Yes.
3.
Well,
Oh boy.
Behind you! Just there!
Here we go.
More of them.
Just keep running, just keep running. Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I just fucking told Guy that it's just like, you know, they put a lot of emphasis on Xenos being a main protagonist or antagonist, and then he's been absent since the 83 quest line.
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, ass. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Yeah, trying to make sure people don't die.
Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did. For what?
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
Don't do it. Don't do it.
For your own sake, Ulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason? What? If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature with a star and those above fences, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death.
Not just killing you, beating you to death.
But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Walking away without a response, eh? I mean, yeah, he does have a tiny point, but still.
Mm-hmm.
Again, his approach is all wrong.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
Oh, Daddy being nice.
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
That was fun.
Not even a little smile from Daddy. Oh. Not a little smile from Daddy? Come on. Ah. Okay.
Are you in instance 1 by any
Yeah.
chance?
Yeah, I'm in
Alright.
1.
I'm on my way.
To see Xeno standing there, someone carrying an unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't entice him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt that he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. I'm back, bitches!
I guess I'll catch up when I get out of cutscene.
Alright.
Uh,
I will use this opportunity to go to the bathroom and give you a chance to catch up.
Okay.
So, be right back, everybody.
okay.
Alright, there's an Eren. Let's invite her back to party.
Yay.
And Sanders got a giant chainsaw.
Okay, so I before we continue on, I want to show this to Eren because I'm on Summoner now. So I got the if anybody who has this thing, this is actually really cool. Fucking Sev and Rayn were kind of tripping over this book. So Eren, check this out. All right, so you see the book?
How do you even read? Where are the words? There's no center of the book. What do you fucking read?
Yeah, see, but that's the thing. You look at it from the back and you can see through it, but you look at the book and there's words.
What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me?
I know, right?
What the I can see your fucking face through the book and then words. How? Why?
I know!
I need that
book. It's so good! It's it's the summoner weapon from Catissa's Hyperborea, the 87 dungeon.
It's summoner, because if it was scholar, I'd be like, well, I'm fucked.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know if the scholar book is the same thing. At first, I thought, hey, look at the grenade floating, and then Seb was just like, oh my god, what the hell? What the fuck? And I look over, and she's like, what the hell? You can see through the freaking book. What kind of blasphemy is this?
That's a real book. I need a book like this in legit life that you could see through, and then I could see words and be like, what?
It is the Catissa's Index. It's the level 87 dungeon summoner weapon.
My weapon, it's steampunk.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you got that one.
Yeah, I just got it from the thingamajig.
Okay.
Right, so I went for this. Or wait, what?
Did you save your gear?
There we go.
Hey, it's steampunky. That's pretty badass.
All I see right now is like you pull that weapon out and I'm taken back to Bayonetta when she whipped out that big ass freaking chainsaw and saw that freaking stingray angel in half.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'm
that was awesome.
Really curious to what the Astro weapon looks like for this now, because I want to see a steampunk Astro weapon.
Alright.
I also need to run that dungeon for that book.
Alright, moving on. Outside help. I was completely tripping out over the book.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Man up, boy.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it.
Aww.
Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh, Graha, we have so much to say.
Blink.
Did you hear something just now?
Uh-oh.
Aloperates? I'm sorry, Strawberry. That was just too funny.
Oh my god.
Even the darkest night. And to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
I was wondering when Urianger would return to the fold. You always keep the most weirdest of freaking company.
It is heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Might.
I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our
Do they not see how I'm dressed?
Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what
I like how he's shivering, though.
At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom? Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more. Hey, maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Help me to help you. Help me help you. Help me help you.
Forgive me, but are they?
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow. Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loporrits made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to haveth you back. May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights.
I am no esteemed philosopher of eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Oh, and he's still the fucking pudding way.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Well, Jesus, you're not wearing much, Alizé.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Oh god, that just sounds pervy. I've seen too much Rule 34 to not be able to see that cleanly.
you had to go there.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was not my intent, but yes, it happened.
It was not my intention.
I dare say Master Fortunaut was nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As you will soon discover, they have much more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we summon to the rostra.
I mean, to that point, Xander's not exactly well dressed for that area.
Hey, look, more side quests.
Oh,
I'm almost in nothing.
'Twas not my intention. God, why are you guys getting the line wrong? It's such devastation. This was not my intention. That NPC almost ran my ass over. It wasn't even somebody I could talk to yell at. He was just there. My bad. I tend to drown him out now.
Right?
I mean, fair enough. We've heard him so often.
Yeah.
Since release.
Oh, the good old days when we could skip the cutscenes and didn't have to hear it.
Those are gone forever.
Hey guys, what's up? You want to see an awesome book? Not that I'm complaining, Ariane, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Atharis, I did inadvertently awaken in the operates a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Cryo tells us you've obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. Oh, you have no idea! To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Oh! So, let me tell you a fun little story about how I met a young Emmett Selk. Oh, and Heidelin, before she was Heidelin. I just kind of want to come back and see everybody sprawled on the floor with like that little scribble hanging above their head. Like, can't compute too much information. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasa are one and the same, this all but proves Nidhana's theory. We're an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of Aether. And he is my best friend. But if our star is so replete with Aether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of that great expanse. Meteon. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Atharis. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vana you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Atharis, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? The Vana I know would never give up. No, but Meteon is still out there. That's my impression too, otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the opus flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method would depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Heidelin must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Erenwald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum had found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, but we received a word from the Forum. Your presence is required on the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Oh shit, this is getting good!
Isn't it? I mean, this whole fucking story's been amazing.
Yeah. I love Sev's little commentary on this one. So yeah, let me tell you about the woman named Vana who would become Heidelin. Let me tell you about how I met a young Emmett Selk, and then Sev trying to say that he's my best friend!
Yeah.
Emmett Selk is probably the only person in this game that Sev would fanboy over more or as equal to Graha. Oh, just wait, it gets better. The forum is in session, and as such, the Rostra is closed to visitors. A scion of the Seventh Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. At least you forget this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. But it's a book. It's got knowledge. It's not a weapon.
Still have my weapon.
As do I.
I love the fact that we just cut through the main forum area.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing, but I was trying not to say anything.
So we cut across it to wait to go into it. Alphino, you're beginning to strike me as a daddy's boy.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
Hi, Mama Strife.
By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
I'm curious what your proposal is.
I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
This is a part that you will want to do
If I may
via
have your
trust.
attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus.
Mama Strife.
Hello, Mama
You may
Strife.
enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Rad's
I was not aware that you could cut through it and went around.
The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin.
Let none say that Mama Berry was rude.
It is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan.
Oh my god, someone was advertising a speed dating event they're organizing.
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem?
Uh-oh.
We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord. And so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
Did he just embody Synthric for a second?
I know, right?
What could go wrong?
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration.
Nothing could possibly go wrong. Hi, Synthric! I agree! The satire writes itself!
Oh my god.
Oh, speaking of him...
That's hilarious.
I heard the magic word, so I was summoned.
We have no time to waste on debate. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
I think Semdrick was just waiting until somebody said his name to speak up.
"71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it."
That's a fate, not a frickin' verdict.
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show
We've
them
solved
its
everything
current
else. We can
state.
solve this problem in like 15
Bear in
seconds.
mind that regardless
Or in
of
like
the
20
personal
story quests.
significance, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
How are you, Synthric? Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part, but since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteion, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. Sheesh, I was doing so well with not being killed by laughter. I'm doing alright, just got the Panther mount after so many years. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aether Burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though.
Yeah, that's usually a good start, admittedly.
Yeah, one would think. Is this where we finally get to hear Sid and complain about him like everybody else seems to? As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aether Burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Da-da-da. Wait, why were people complaining? A lot of the things I've heard about Sid for Endwalker is they don't like the voice actor. Like, they got a different voice actor, and his voice for Sid is bad. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step aside and have Ulfin take you to the Meteor Circuit.
Finally, a shortcut.
Finally.
About fucking time.
You wish to use the lift, yes? Isn't it the same voice actor he had in Shadowbringers? His voice sounded bad in that too. I don't recall seeing much of Sid in Shadowbringers. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of the Mario Agronomics? Agronomics,
yeah.
Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... No, never mind, it can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. And you're gonna send us... you bastard! You know what? Just because this is area we've already explored.
Okay.
I could have easily taken the long way down and gotten closer to the destination we have to go to. Square Enix, I swear to God, just wants to find a way to make us actually work towards this.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Well, yeah, no, it's like, oh, hey, finally here you can take this shortcut to get down to the Meteor Circuit. Oh, but hey, we're going to have you go to the area you would have come out at if you had taken the long way.
Oh, I made 3 friends this one.
You made friends and I have none.
They want you to work them streets. Finally, the other half of Labyrinthos! We gotta wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here.
Which is quite fascinating, honestly.
Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, Father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. And 'tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. By having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperids in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ooh. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Atharis, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. I subbed just for that. It's also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Laparids have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such is the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed.
I mean, I don't think you really voted in our favor.
You do realize that those were aimed at you, right, Synthric? Stimulate me harder, Labyrinthos. Yep. By decree of the Forum, the Signs of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Yes!
Finally!
Oh, this giant gaping hole in my map was bugging the hell out of me for so long. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work in Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Aether Current, where are you?
I see it. It's over there. Wow, look at this place.
Oh shit.
Dude.
That's crazy.
Pretty awesome.
478 yalms to the northwest. Charlie and Hamlet. To be or not to be? Oh wait, wrong Hamlet, sorry.
To be honest, I didn't think you'd go there. You surprised me with that one.
You're welcome. And yes.
Yay!
Finally.
There's one more aetherite to go.
Might as well just to save time.
Yeah, we are restricted on time, unfortunately.
Oh, my witch's broom is not going to help me attack. That was stupid. I was like, why did I have... I was like, what skill is this? I was like, oh, right, broom.
Up there, right?
It would certainly
Yeah,
seem that way.
At an aether current.
And taking on a friend.
He was very protective of the zebra.
Very, apparently.
And I apparently missed the thingamajig.
Yeah, you missed the aetherite.
Yeah.
350 to the west. Twing!
Have to go back for it.
Yeah, we gotta head back down that way for story, so.
Oh, you've already done all the side quests, huh?
Yep.
So you'll just be able to fly, and I won't.
I don't think we...
We haven't done all of the
actual quest ones. You know, the actual...
will be happening once the ether current ones pop up.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Because apparently, unlike you, I like flying.
I like flying. I
just don't like putting the effort into getting it. Fortunately, you need one thing to get the other.
Found it.
There it is.
Just gotta go run Stumpy.
I'll lure him away. And pick up more.
Alright, I got the current.
My friend.
Okay, I should be good now.
Okay, it went away.
700.
You almost got tornadoed.
Still in battle?
763 to the south.
Get on a map.
Oh no.
Gonna leave me alone?
Oh, another aetherite. Oh my god, I gained a level from just going on the map! Oh, that's fantastic.
401 to the southeast.
Oh, that was great. It'll still never beat Kiara's leveling up while dead, but...
Yeah.
I mean, that's really tough to beat.
It should be around here somewhere.
South.
Southwest.
I think it might be over
there
here.
It is. Found it.
Nani? Oh. Oh, okay. I see it now.
Wee.
We'll wait here for you.
Yep. Actually, hang on. BRB.
Where the hell is here? Hey! There's giant purple, like, blue globs!
Dude, that kind of reminds me of, like, the old school slimes from, like, Dragon Warrior. Oh, they're like gelatin. They're part of a fate. That's cool.
Pretty purple guy. It's purple and pink, like my vape.
And the last one is 419 to the east. So I'll go ahead and track this one down, and Rayn can just catch up to us for this one.
Car slow. Sure, faster, okay. Because I don't have a bike.
Your loss.
Sup. Sup.
And
sup,
found
sup,
it.
Sup. What's up?
All right.
You found it?
Yep. The last aether current. Come to where I am on the map.
Okay, I have returned. Oh, it's all the way over there, eh?
Yep. But at least you now know exactly where it's at. Oh.
I still have to go back to Thavner and apparently get the rest of the ones on the map.
I'm just gonna have to take you everywhere to help you get all your freaking aether currents. Alright.
Well, I don't remember why, but I didn't get all the ones on the map in Thavner.
Might as well while I'm here. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Fell. There we go. Oh yeah, that's good shit. You took us around Elpis. Yep. So now the only thing I'm missing from this map is that big hole in the center.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, good shit, good shit. Might have been Synthric.
No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Damn near lost me eyebrows.
That does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, masterful, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
No, we're not Team Rocket.
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Etherburner conundrum.
Fine, lay down.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Etherburner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Probably won't.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
I love this little guy.
A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Still consulted with the Loperids? Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalaman's construction and launch.
Oi, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. I'm sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Another callback. You want me to go and fetch the whatsits? The White Raven's ghost. It haunts me. It sounds like a job for someone else.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
Going to collect this, that, and the other while possibly dying in the process? Yeah, you're right, that is dull.
I mean, it's just another day at the office, really.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
I like that look Thancred gives him, like, you devious little shite.
What's all this?
I mean, it literally just another
Gathering
Tuesday for us.
firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Oh.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Heavensward.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allegan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. find a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Damn, Skippy! Lalafil go boom!
Standing about yapping, there's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Come on, smile, Daddy! You're proud and you know it! At times like these, we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alpha now has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. I'm so proud of my baby boy. I'm tearing up again. Mama Berry, calm down. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah, uh-oh.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thea-guys, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Ul'dah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth?
Look at how little our Sultana has grown.
Impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ol Namo, 17th in the line of Ol, bid you good luck.
Has her voice always sounded like this, or do I just not hear her speak enough, or did they change it?
Well, I do know they changed her from AIR into Heavensward.
Okay.
I don't...
Couldn't speak to any after that.
Yeah.
I guess I'm probably just not used to hearing her voice.
Mm-hmm. Loving the background music right now.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud.
Blair Mage, dude.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalaman's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves
Well,
for
they
a
have
protracted
bards
engagement.
and lancers there.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
We're here to break shit.
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbours a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
What did I say? We're here to break things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiencies so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this
I really like
forest
her
well.
top.
I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
You so called her Strife. I did. I mean, at least shows up you know something's getting broken.
Impose upon you with a clear conscience.
I mean, do I need to remind you of the Namazu?
I love that scene.
You'd think that they would have allowed her to buy her outfit already.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
You can remind me of that scene as many times as you like. That was great. Well, then nothing personal. Ooh. Meanwhile, in Kurthus.
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Aww. He may have only been a bastard brother, but he was still your brother.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
I don't know, I don't remember. Well, I'm still in the process of dealing with profound Fafnir. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea...
And so, in summation,
Really
the
nice
Eastern
purple in his hair.
Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and
Hancock!
I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
Oh.
Well then.
The Kojin!
Is that...
Sorbonne?
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Uh-oh. I wonder, just out of dumb curiosity. Nah, probably won't let us into that center area just yet. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they arrived. In the meantime, if there is naught else we might do to be of service. You've already done more than enough. I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Kokyo knew how right he was. While he and Graha established a rapport, why don't we help with the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry the favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves to prepare for the Exodus. Ha! That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Da 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 da.
Dummy.
And the best part is...
Yeah, fuck you. Oh, unable to accept teleport. You don't meet the requirements. Fucking asshole. I have to run.
Jesus!
Oh wait, you always want to run, but no. One time you don't want to run.
It's because we only have an hour and a half. We've been at this for 2 hours and we're only on the 4th quest, okay?
Oh my god, are you serious?
Seriously! From what I could tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Montague mentioned. Let's start asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way.
I'm gonna go get this.
Let's meet by the 8th rite once our work is done.
What? So I should have just went and talked to him? That's stupid. Fucking run over here.
Oh look, and there's a side quest for flying.
Off stream though.
I don't remember what instance we're in. And I don't remember how to check either.
Flash instance.
3.
3.
Helping with the arc, even with all the power Master Kokos managed to squeeze out of the Aetherburner, it's not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived, horrible creatures running rampant all over. Only we begun the Exodus sooner. People are dying and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan and all will be well. She'll be on her way to fly you around, Eren. Hello, are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burning. Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties, checking and loading samples all day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes of what you had, or what have you. The Forum's got enough on their plate as is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortunate and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Alright, where's the last one?
I'm there.
Oh shit! I could have gone and talked to that one already.
Yeah, same.
There we go.
Oh well. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly a list of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so it'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants, while I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like the behatted rabbit that ran by.
Won't you be happy?
You're going to be happy. I just got struck by a vehicle. Why are you hitting me with the vehicle?
That's okay, I didn't hit Living Way. I was... well, and besides, I already ran Strife over.
Fancy meeting you here, Strife. Our friends on the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is the Tharus itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both waddling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Oh god, I don't want to be a tour guide right now. Tour Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loppers acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlene collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk it erring rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture? What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with the great big what's it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's it. I shall leave its explanation to Strife. You asshole.
What do we have to explain?
Hi, Strawberry!
Hello, Strawberry.
Well, if Eren wants to fly, she's gonna have to leave party.
Why?
Because Strawberry said she was here to fly you around.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well... let's follow. Now I'm behind. Alright, let's just chase these guys. Well, at least the quest is right here.
Yeah, Potato Berry! Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features? Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. Oh, god damn it, I don't want to do this.
Straw Uber.
Strawber. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Oh, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Observe the mushroom-like thing. That looks like the trees in Greatest Ensvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so imbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water.
It's a water tower.
Metallic tube. Stabby taxi. Is that the water I hear from inside that great big tube? Must be because those cogs in the gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside, too. I'd be happy if a couple of these quests go by quick. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. Designed brilliant in its simplicity, I dare say it would take only a moment to install even the harshest of environments. For us Loperites, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, the peoples of Athar sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis. Areas near waterfalls are common sites for the villages in Garabanya.
I'm gonna go with the second one.
So I chose the same thing.
God damn it.
So wherever you choose to
really
live,
are
you're
wonder
never far
twins.
from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, but once we calculated the average rate of consumption per individual, it may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphanos spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Lockfords will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of the Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We cannot help but notice that many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. We were not escorted here by burly custodians. I dread to think that what would become of us. Did someone say drying out? Granny burst through the wall. Spoiler, they say the same thing. Granny, no! Regrettably, to many hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Loperites may appear to be potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passes in Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way, and trust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. Oh, great, I gotta...
We're doing an escort mission.
For rabbits.
That rate
If it's
of
all the
drinking, consuming water.
It's all the same to you. I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extrication, what's it? Bun Bun! Some perfectly innocent. It was Granny saying it, not me. Your persona is showing.
Put that persona away. Nobody needs to see that.
I'm perfectly innocent. No, Synthric. You are anything but. You're much like Eren in that regard. Anyway, Eren, I'm sorry. I was reading stuff for story. You were saying about the consumption of water?
Yeah, so they were like, oh, we have to like pay attention to how much people drink, right? Like, well, that might not work out very well because like you and I don't drink a lot of water.
Yeah.
Seven Nanashi, that's all they live off of. I drink water when my body's like, you know, you should just probably do that. So like, twice a week.
Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you.
But then we get to eat rabbit. Not that I would ever eat rabbit, but...
Considering what some people have made pictures of Loporits doing to Makote females.
What? What?
No. No.
Where did you get
Don't
that
bring
from?
Rule 34 into this, god damn it.
I have a yeah.
You like Googled something?
No, somebody actually
Don't
posted
Rule
it.
34.
Somebody actually posted it in one of the Discord channels I'm in.
What?
My friends, I bid you welcome to Logistica Alpha. I'm afraid to ask. Oh, I'll send you the picture, Synthric. I'll DM it to you. I won't post it to your thing. Alright, speaking of Singing, okay, so and I'll send it to you too, Strawberry. It's not as bad as you might think, but it's still pretty bad.
Oh no, wait, that you've shown me that one, haven't you?
Yep.
Okay, I remember that one. Yeah, it's actually not as bad as one might expect. I can confirm.
Yeah, it's not nearly as bad, but it's still corruptive. Alright, it's been sent to you guys. Enjoy.
I actually completely forgot that. Maybe I was trying to forget.
I'm waiting to see Synthric, and I think I've shown Synthric before. I'm not sure. Okay, it's not so bad, but it's still just the implication.
It is
marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Atharis just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive, or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder. Congratulations on 90, Eren.
Congrats.
Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it.
I have Lilybell. What do you do? Wait, click it. Put you on the ground. Aw, it's so pretty.
Oh, that's trippy.
Now somebody find a way to get hurt.
This is all very well and powerful, I'm sure, but I was hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Ergonomics. As I imagine Stingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of the apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind to escort our visiting culinarian? Yeah, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Oriente was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention, Atharis will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can whilst there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. Can you do it again, Eren? I think I know a way to give you a chance to use that.
We gotta wait 120 seconds.
It's basically like the Astro ability, isn't it?
All I know is apparently you put the Lilybell down, and when you take damage, it's supposed to heal you.
So it doesn't regen?
Never. I am not 100% sure. I just hear people complain and bitch about it. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, so you have a black mage who doesn't want to move? Fine. Fucking Lilybell.
Sounds like a proximity regen, as long as you're within range. It's almost like an excognition for white mage, as long as you're within range of it.
It says, places a healing blossom at the designated location and grants 5 stacks of Liturgy of the Bell to self. 15 seconds. Taking damage will expend 1 stack from the bell to heal itself and all party members within a radius of 20 yalms. Cure potency is 400.
This is
Cure potency 200 for every remaining stack of bell. So when it expires, it uses the rest of the stacks.
Yeah, okay. That makes
help.
Yeah. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crop without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with a few samples. Come with me, Cooking Way.
Don't get on a mount. Whatever you do, I don't have the mistake of,
What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus, and I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the form decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us, but no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones who can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Not quite so, Dyer, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? The pixelated grapes. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. They taste much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Meh, ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid gigantoad eyeballs. I'd brave an erupting volcano. Yes, they're rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I call. It's called wine. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat! Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's... Equal parts sweet and sour as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Orianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know, so many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you're all turned up your noses at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No, in any other case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than taste. Blech, so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing on a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures, masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? No one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wondered though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Those are lemons! What a wondrous fragrance! With luck it'll have flavor to match! I have no idea how these are. I'll just bite into it! No! My tongue! Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How could something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Maybe sometime before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others.
That's funny.
Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though. I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. And then there was the lemon. The deceiver! I still feel so violated! First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Ooh. Bit of a sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst! That sounded so wrong.
It did.
This is delicious! Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. No, you're breathtaking! Sorry, I couldn't resist. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, Dilophorates. We were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly, and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal, 'tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins.
Some real world advice there, huh, Square Enix?
Yeah, pardon my Orsian, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Athara's species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? I'm almost praying and hoping to God we get a Lopperit's minion.
Yeah.
Vroom vroom!
I guess we're doing this.
I'm trying to conserve time since you got about an hour left.
Yeah, I have an hour, 15 minutes or so.
And I don't know how much longer the cutscenes are going to be.
Yeah.
What quest number are we even on?
Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're about to wrap up quest number 6. And there's 10 quests.
As long as the next 4 don't
go
aren't
absurdly long.
extreme, we should be fine.
There's
Worst
just
case
no way to
scenario,
know.
I'll just...
That was the most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know any other places famed for their cuisine? Lemons. The Far East has oodles of noodles.
I don't know what to...
Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Atharis, the more I wish we could spare from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there were some other way.
That's kind of what we're doing.
We're trying to find a way. Sage Council. Strife, I trust thy time at Mario Ergonomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to the Charlene Hamlet Fort
choked on that pun.
I shall gladly attend each and every Lafayette there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww.
Wait. What does strawberry mean she gives?
Oh, the whole Sidzik made the idea of lemon party, and she and she's like, I give up trying to punish you. You're just gonna keep doing it.
That's Cintric.
What's wrong, Growing Way? Yes, Strife, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Atharis at Logisticon Alpha. That's why. In high school, I was tricked into Googling Lemon Party. I regretted my life. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? Blackshot is quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. They're verdant at least.
I'm taking
the trees of
number 3.
Divanis I'm particularly proud. Used to see the forest of the first. One was purple. I'm gonna go with the first option. I say, with a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred! How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them that there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly Growing Way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone mopping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him.
I think that was moping.
'Tis as good a place as any. Come.
Yeah, it was moping, literally.
You're gonna make me go all the way frickin'.
Nani?
Oh, can I help you? And it's you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that is the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that is built with peerless elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Any operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Afterburner's design was flawless, too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears?
Allay.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our task, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, spatiotemporal spell, to relegate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star?
I'll just spam the skill.
Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there, it's not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loperids to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Atharis, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Strife, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loperid. Why? Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loperid and every Loperid in their place. You asshole. You fucking asshole, Urianger. I'm on a time limit here, and you're gonna have me run around and look for people?
It's past one. Oh, this person's fine.
Oh.
Yeah, that person apparently doesn't need anything.
Okay.
Where's the hyperventilate engineer?
There's 8 people to... Oh, we gotta find 8 people.
Oh,
what am I thinking about? The medical facilities of the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and shurikens, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there definitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon, why did I not think of that? I found one!
Found one too.
Aha, the end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules of such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond help.
There's one behind that building you're going towards.
By the gods, my chest aside, am I dying? Only sleep can save her now. Where's Waldo? Yeah, that's pretty much what it's come down to. Or in this case, where are the ones that need help, Waldo? Grimacing naturalist. The worst part is that it's not even like you just need to talk to like 8 people and send the ones that need help over. It's you have to find 8 people that need help. The woman is doing better than you are. Ouch! I feel attacked, okay? I feel attacked by that statement. How do you know how I'm doing?
Okay, 5 of the 8.
I have only found 4.
Found 5. Yay! I found a 5th!
This will put me at 6.
I hate playing hide and seek with these people. I really do.
The biggest issue is the limited time.
I found 6.
Found 7.
This will put me at 7.
I'm somehow behind you both by 1.
Don't know how that happened.
Alright. I'm up to 7.
I'm just looking for the last one, which is like a needle in a haystack.
Oh, I found 8.
Oh, I think I missed a gleaner. Nope. He doesn't need anything. The hell's the last one?
Did you go up behind where the aetherite is?
Got it.
Oh, I think you just found that
one. I found one.
Okay, I found him.
I got all 8. Yay. God damn.
That's probably like my least favorite quest right now. Behold, Strife, through thine efforts, word hath spread through the labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more lawbirds as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, and their new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. Oh, please don't make me frickin' do the assignment game. I didn't even pay attention to what everybody was looking for.
I didn't either. I quit caring at a point.
Well, he did just tell us to watch, so.
Finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends on the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most perfect.
As our moon's pilot, as he's asleep. That's very...
That's comforting.
I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
Not taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Brita. Oh, are those the parents?
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Oh no.
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh.
It has been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
No.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Arthur, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Aww. Living was just like, oh, what?
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Poor Urianger's like, what do I do? What do I do?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person.
Grab the tissues.
No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless.
Strife finally chimes in. I do not want to cry.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Oriange, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Oriange and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with questions, read the stories you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Oriange, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Right? It actually made me too.
This moon breeder, she was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Not crying. Thank you, but I don't have enough tissues. I'm trying to be assured that I'm fine. I am. Full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder than I had I faced them alone. Now I have some gratitude for lending courage to the Loporans over some of mine. Not disposed to the rest of their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some of you may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain me. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alizé. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Translation. There's only she only accepts help from one person, and oh god, the side quest that just popped up. Oh shit. Yeah. Be right back. Gotta get some TV. I love you, Mama Strife. I really do. Alright, I'm gonna get to Alizé and then I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. So just a couple of minutes. I really need to.
Yeah.
So,
Same.
So I'm gonna park myself here.
What?
I really need to use the restroom.
Oh, I had to go so bad. I was like, okay, hold on.
Yep. So just a quick couple of minutes, everybody. Is Rayn back yet?
I don't think so. But I'm almost at least to where I think you are, so. Cool. Oh, or you both are. Because you're just stacked together.
I'm just waiting for Rayn to get back.
How do you do the lean thing? What emote is it?
It's an emote called Lean.
Do I have it? Is it just /lean?
There's an actual book you have to buy for it.
I just don't remember if I bought it. That's why I was asking what the slash command is.
It's in the same area. I don't know the slash command. It should be /lean, but it should be in the same area as all your dances and stuff are.
I forget where emotes get put into this thing. General?
I think it's like the second page because you got your favorites and.
Do I not have that one still?
I'm waiting for Rayn to get back because I want to say something that'll make him laugh.
Oh, I guess I don't have that one still.
They keep kicking our hearts in the dick. Why? Why do they keep kicking our hearts in the dick?
No, I was gonna say something that I figured would make you laugh, Rayn. Is it safe to say that Sev, Nanashi, Strawberry once again, and now Mama Strife have suffered emotional damage?
Very much so. Oh.
Strife, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks, are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Deliver the crate samples to Alphino. You have 3 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. God damn it. I hope I don't have to do this for each box. Aww. Strawberry got censored. Strawberry got censored.
Oh,
Yeah, held a message for reason, aggression. Allow.
Fuck you both.
Yeah, she got... Yeah, the last couple of streams are gonna get rough. I have enough emotional damage, don't need any more. Fuck you both. Yeah, I know, I talked to Dad today, I heard. I will send you to Jesus. I also have enough, sir. Hey, you chose to watch Strawberry and you knew it was coming. My mom didn't. Neither did I, to be fair. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others.
Looks like we're only dealing with one.
Thank God. We're on quest number 8 of 10, so we're getting close to the end. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? I'm the emotional support, Strawberry, and yet you're cussing me out! Then I suppose I have to thank her to think as well. It's not being a very emotionally supportive, tell them to fuck off. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. Not just that, I've been having a lot of anxiety attacks in the last 2 weeks. Well, I wouldn't be if you didn't make the joke. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theo Paulden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting.
Anxiety attacks do suck.
Packing a giant fucking chainsaw.
Again, saying they suck apparently is aggressive. God, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought samples from the Charlene Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Fortunat's children, are you not? Alphino and Alize at your service. We're well acquainted with Father, You're well acquainted with Father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yee-high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we met. It is good to see you again. Wielding your father's nowless, no less. Ready for a laugh? You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait right there. You will find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alize. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Are you not the Science of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the Aether Burner. Ah, the Apollo's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. Is Eren okay? Yeah, I think so. I appreciate your help in seeing those documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. She is munching on chips, I think. She's happy. At its heart, however, Charlene has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth.
I am munching on Cinnabon, though.
Cinnamon rolls for the impersonation cinnamon roll?
How is that an impersonation cinnamon?
You're an impersonation. You're not a cinnamon roll. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. You're not sweet and innocent.
I am sweet and innocent. We just don't record things around here for reasons.
We return, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons. You will note. You both have my thanks and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we asked to hear, to reiterate. I'm all for stories about Alize. Of course. Even Mono Strife calls your bullshit! Excuse me, Eren? Since when?
Since the day I was born.
Bullshit! Of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Leveler name garners such respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You two could trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Naruncrump's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. I'm sorry, but Mama agrees. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. This is why Naruncrump's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, aye. Archon Louisoix looked not at Naruncrump's words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunato could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over his contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortunato's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Sev is the big gathering 88 or 89, I can't remember. Take my word for it, he loves you. He loves you to an embarrassing degree. Strawberry asked you a question, Sev. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. I don't quite remember. I can check after this dungeon. Yeah, he's currently running the Tower of Zot. Hail, you three. Graha, surely Coco hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Strife? Can you spare the time? Perfect! Probably. This shouldn't take long. Oh god, you just feed me to fanboy. Just feeding me to the fanboy. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Coco wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to the anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Coco's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of aether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of further expected aether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlian Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Da, 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 da.
Need to conserve as much time as possible, so...
Yeah. Bing, bing. Bing, bing, bing. Whoop. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire aether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-expected aether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you a little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would.
You mean I get to take out my chainsaw and cut shit?
I will fucking cut you.
I'm down.
Hi, Paso!
Hey, Paso, what's up?
Did everything go smoothly out here? Yeah. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water, it appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to help us. As we have established, refined adamantine is a product of Alec, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allegan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamand, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Allegan's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Amon wanted to travel to see his stars. Did he remember his life as Hermes? He did. He must have had his own reasons, however, for there is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his life as an ancient. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alec that moved him on to resurrect Emperor Zandi. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zondi's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zondi been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it's the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we go see how Coco is getting along? We're so close to the end of the 89 set. Vroom, vroom! Can you believe it's the 89 set? Bing, bing, bing. Bong. Bing, bing, bing. Bong. You are getting there. Yeah. We're so close. We're down to almost the last 16 quests of the game.
Until the patchwork.
Yeah. Oh, I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. And if memory serves, if my count is right, this should be the last quest of the 88 line. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do, only... I hate waiting! I want that adamantite and I want it now! Share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. The sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone, I have mistakes to make. God! That dude is like the... He's like the embodiment of Synthric. Oh god, mistakes have been made, and yet I like it. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in the Charlian Hamlet anon. Oh god, the side quests!
We're drowning in them. Jesus.
If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Yeah, we'll go ahead and wait. Ignore them and enjoy.
All set, I take it?
Finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
I love how Estinian always seems to be partnered up with either Alphino or Yustola.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbour at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Ready for this?
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbour. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Oh, wow.
Holy
Now,
shit.
where might this delivery be?
And that look of what have those miscreants done now?
Oh.
Oh. Oh shit!
Oh, wow.
Holy shit, man!
Oh, dude!
And there's more. Holy fuck! Jesus Christ!
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits. By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Hey!
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. And a hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamant shard.
Can those two just kiss already? God.
You know, I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due. You did a right fine job sitting on your own. Take that back. Mate. I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party. Hancock and Saraban. We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayn Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this...
I want that sword! Give me that blade!
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
Jesus!
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
How's Ramza doing?
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty. Fret not for your coins, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours. We funded the venture. When?
Fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Estinian's worst nightmare!
When it comes to capital capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do.
Ah,
You need enough
I
savings
see.
to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement.
You're beginning to scare me, Tataru.
She has supported
I understand a lot more now.
since
Oh no!
scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Is that Mother? Yes, it is! Mother Leveler! I love you!
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were
Needlessly full.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
It's like he has a headache.
Ah.
That was so cute. I loved it. They both like lean over, waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our
This is awesome.
Tell you, I have my ways.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Oh. Oh. Erenville!
You were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the science were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Oh. Hey, it's Alpha!
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
You know what? I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I actually like Sid's voice.
Yeah, I agree.
Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
Seriously, they should have just asked it a long time ago.
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
And you brought Nero too, and Alpha and the little Omega minion. I love this.
We've all adamantite for the donor's Dalamud shard.
It's great.
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryle's message. So few scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyfrog fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Khan not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
Right? Like, holy hell, this makes everything so worth it.
They chose to take their leave of Thavner. Those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence. As ever, Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Get a 6% gain in efficiency. Of all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent.
Dude, he is so, like, ready to blow his load for that 14.
Oh, we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the science end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlien's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano, as we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea. I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to.
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular.
Why are you gonna single me out, goddammit? They're the ones asking me to do this shit!
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbour, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo.
Again! Forcing me into shit! You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Well, that was amazing.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Alright, give me a sec. I need to go secure more time.
Oh. Alright, we finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at the Aporia when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrive at the Adamantine have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia, then. Let's see, what alternate? So do you still hate their father? I hate him a little less. He can still... His methods were a bit prickish, but I can understand them. I forgave him enough to not want to, you know, kill on sight. What do you think of Sid's voice? I actually like Sid's voice, and it doesn't sound really much different from the last time I heard him speak. Strife, I've already shown the others inside. You want to speak with Clarion? She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. We're gonna talk with Heidelin to close out the quest. You're with Master Fortunate, yes? Just step inside the lift here. I'm actually surprised I didn't let Nero speak. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and most closely guarded secret, Thamazine. It marks the beginning and the end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please.
Yay! Map clearage. I don't have time. I only managed to secure another 10 or so minutes.
Well, hopefully this cutscene we're about to get thrown into won't take longer than 10 minutes.
Oh, dude.
Holy shit, dude.
Wow.
That's pretty fucking huge. Holy fuck, that's huge. I bid you welcome to Thamazine. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the Ark, over which we have long labored. And that's the tiny toy boat. Yes, I know. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The afterburner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Coco and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Yeah, but you don't have her blessing. I do.
Oh. So, we don't actually complete.
I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Figures. We're gonna get cock-teased at that. Alright, so officially we are at the level 89 quest line. Da-da-da-da-da! We are officially 16 quests away from the end of Endwalker. And I do know the next time we stream we're going to try and do the 89 set, which should include a trial and a raid, or a trial and dungeon, so we're going to get started on this ASAP.
Yes.
And it'll be the last 10 quest section, and then we'll be on to the level 90 stuff, so... Oh, shit is gonna get good, so... Oh, man.
Has it been worth it?
Yeah, so worth it. Just, God, I don't have the time to express how much I love this segment. I really don't. So,
yeah,
anyway, I know Rayn's got to go to bed, so we can't really get Rayn's thoughts too much, but, you know, we'll try and talk about it another time. But in the meantime, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you guys enjoyed. There was just so much to take in with this, and I am going to get started ASAP on getting everything to 89, so this way we can hopefully do this by next Wednesday or Thursday, maybe. We'll see. With the way the experience goes, trying to get over 10 mil is going to be a task and a half, but it shall be done. Anyway, I will see you guys hopefully here soon. I want to do some other little side streams over the next few days, if I can, to try and get something a little bit more than Final Fantasy out there and get back to some things that I been having on hold. So, anyway, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and I will see you soon. And just for the sake of Synthic's pervy imagination, if you're gaming right now, and I know you probably are, remember to game hard or go home. And if you're already at home, just remember to clean up when you're done. Because if you don't, I'm sending the Loporits after you. With all sorts of carrots.
Oh, no. No.
Have a good night, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye.